Hey there, HackerFrogs, and Happy New Year. If you didn't get the Happy New Year from last stream, Happy New Year to everybody. It is now 2025. It's going to take a little while to get used to saying that, but here we are. So we are HackerFrogs, and this is HackerFrogs After School. We're going to be doing a few different topics on today's live stream. And the first topic we're going to do is we're going to cover some CryptoHack challenges over here, and we're going to talk specifically about the XOR operation. It's called a bitwise operation. It's basically where you take all of the bits in a particular string of binary numbers, and you return a certain value when you compare the string of bits against each other. All right, so that's the first thing we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing XOR and exploring that topic. And then the second thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing some Linux challenges over at hackmyvm.eu. And this is a site where you can do cybersecurity education. Let's reload this, okay? And what we're going to be doing there is we're going to be doing some of the Linux labs over there. This one is for a lab called Chapter 1 Venus. So this is the Venus CTF lab from hackmyvm.eu. That we're going to be doing that in the second hour of today's stream. And in the third hour and the fourth hour, probably, we're going to be doing a challenge from hackmyvm.eu, this website here. We're going to be working against one of the downloadable VMs that they provide, that they host over here. If you want to do these challenges yourself, you need to download the machines and you need to deploy the machines to your own VM network in order to hack against them. The machine that we're going to be working on today is called Insomnia. And if you want to download this machine yourself and give it a go, maybe you want to do it with us, and we can all work together, you can download it at the following link over here. Of course, you're going to need a valid account over at the hackmyvm.eu website, but I don't think there's no paid subscription over here. So you just need to register for an account, and then you can do all of your hacking that you want over here. Okay, so that's the third activity we're going to be doing today, and let's get going with our first activity then. So this is the CryptoHack website, and if you don't have an account over at CryptoHack, this is a great place to learn about cryptography, which is it's a very it is a very specific, well, what do you say, discipline in cybersecurity. Of course, cryptography is not only has to do with cybersecurity, but in all sorts of other fields as well. But if you want to try these challenges yourself, you can do so at this following link over here, cryptohack.org, and you can make an account for yourself on that website. So we're going to be going through some of these exercises, and we're going to be talking a little bit about this XOR operation that we're going to be using to solve these challenges. Okay, so let's get started. I need to record a little YouTube intro for this section because eventually everything that I do on, well, eventually a lot of things that I do on the stream are eventually going to become YouTube videos on my channel, so I have to do that. So this is a guided walkthrough for the XOR Starter Challenge from cryptohack.org. And so let's take a look at the description of the challenge. I'll make the interface a little bit bigger so that we can all read together. XOR is a bitwise operator which returns 0 if the bits are the same and 1 otherwise. In textbooks, the XOR operator is denoted by this circle with the cross, but in most challenges and programming languages, you will see the caret symbol used instead. So, for example, if we've got, so this is a bitwise operation, so these are bits over here. So these are binary numbers. They're either the value 0 or the value 1. So in the case that you have two zeros and you do a you do a XOR operation, then the result will be 0. So 0 is if the bits are the same, and 1 is if the bits are different. So in this second case over here, so A is 0 and B is 1, which means that the XOR operation results in the 1 bit over here. And same thing where A is 1 and B is 0, which means that there's one of each, then the result is 1. And in the case that there are two ones in each of these bits, then the result is 0. So the result is 0 if the bits are the same, and they are the number 1 if the bits are not the same. For longer binary numbers, we XOR bit by bit. For example, we would go 4 bits at a time, so these bits XOR these bits equal these bits. So we can check and see that the first numbers are the same, so that's going to be a 0. The second numbers are the same, that's going to be a 0. The third numbers are different, so that's going to result in a 1. And the fourth numbers are different, and that's going to result in a 1. We can XOR integers by first converting the integer from decimal to binary. We can XOR strings by first converting each character to the integer representing the Unicode character. Okay, so what is this illustrating over here? So if we want to XOR regular numbers and not binary numbers, we have to convert them to binary first. So there's a handy dandy little tool over here, and let's just get the proper one. And we're going to do, so for example, we're going to do decimal to binary. Okay, so decimal to binary converter over here. So let's say that we want to XOR the numbers 1 and the number 2. So if we do 1 from decimal to binary and we convert that, then we're going to, let's try a bigger number that's a little more complicated. Let's say we want to XOR the number 11. Okay, so this is 1110. Okay. And we're going to keep track of this in a little notepad. Maybe I can use my Kali Linux over here. I'm just going to use Nano. And here, I think I can make this a little bigger. So let's just go over here. We'll call this XOR example. And we're going to say that A is these bytes and B is going to be, let's say the number 22. So we're going to go back and we're going to do decimal 22 and convert that to binary, and it's this over here. Okay, so we're going to copy this. I'm going to paste this in. So there's more digits here than there are here. So we just need to append this with the 0. Okay, and what are we going to do? We're going to do the XOR operation. And what we need to do is we need to compare each of these digits, and if they're different digits, we do 1. So here it's 1, and here is 0 because these two digits are the same, and whoops, and this is going to be 1 because the digits are different. This is going to be 1 because the digits are different, and this is also going to be 1 because the digits are different. Okay, so the XOR result of, so this was A, and it's decimal 11. This is decimal 22. And what is this result? So we can actually get what the decimal result is by doing the conversion in reverse. So we're going to do a binary to decimal. So we can do binary to decimal here, and then insert the binary number and convert that. So this is the number 29. So the result of the XOR operation is the decimal number 29, which is this number over here. And let's, so this is C. This is decimal 29, okay? So an interesting thing about XOR is that A XOR B equals C. But if you do C XOR B, you're going to get A. So let's put this into practice. So we've got XOR C. We've got C, which is decimal 29. And if we do B, which is decimal 22, and then we do the equation over here, the XOR operation, we should get decimal 11. So let's do the math. So what are we doing? So over here, 1 and 1 is going to be XOR 0 because they're the same. 1 and 0 is going to be XOR 1 because they're different. And then 1 and 1 is the same, so it's 0. So this is also, these two over here are different, so they're each going to be XOR 1, 1 over here. Okay, so this is A over here. So the result of XOR C and B is A. So this is A, and this is decimal 11. So the last one is true as well. So if we XOR A and C, then we'll get B. So if we do A and then we XOR with C, and then we do the equation, we do the do the operation rather. Okay, so what is the result of this? So this is going to be a 1 because it's different, 0 because it's the same, 1 because it's different, 1 because it's different, and 0 because it's the same. And we see here that this should be B. So B is 10110, and XOR of A and B is, of A and C is B, 10110. And this is decimal 11. Whoops, this is decimal 22. And this is the value B. Okay, so if there's anything you don't understand about the XOR example over here, or how exactly we do the XOR operation, please let us know in the chat, and we'll try to answer your questions as best we can. So basically, Dark Crimson 24 says, "Hello, sir. Hello, Dark Crimson. How are you doing?" And let's give you a fun little video redeem because we've got a lot of these. Have a Nyan Cat. All right, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Okay, so we're just talking about XOR operations inside of cryptography, and we're going to be working on this challenge over here from the CryptoHack website. So this is the challenge. So the challenge here is, given the string label, XOR each character with the integer 13. Convert these integers back to a string and submit the flag as crypto, and then in between the curly braces, the new string. Okay, Dark Crimson 24 says, doing well. How are you doing, brother? I'm doing just fine, thank you. I'm just doing a little lesson over here on how to do this exercise on CryptoHack. And if you're interested in trying out CryptoHack yourself, it's a great website and it's totally free. You can get in on the action by doing this, by making an account over at this website. I am not sponsored by CryptoHack, so don't worry about me being impartial that way. I just think it's a great website for learning about cryptography. All right, so given this string label, we're going to XOR each character with the integer 13, convert these integers back to the string, and submit the flag as crypto new string. So we're going to cover how to do this challenge in a couple of different ways. And the first way is we're going to use a certain website to do the XOR operations for us. So there's this one website over here. This one is called XOR.pw. I'm not too sure what PW stands for, but we can actually input different binary strings, and we can conduct the XOR operations that way. And we don't actually need to put in binary numbers. We can actually put in the base 16 numbers or base 10 numbers or even ASCII characters, and we can try to get the results because this calculator here is going to do the conversion for us. So what was CryptoHack asking us to do? So given the string label, so label, XOR each character with the integer 13. So the integer 13 needs to be converted into binary, and each one of these characters needs to be converted into binary too. So something that people don't really know much about is that these ASCII characters, these letters over here, can actually be converted into a numeric form. So for example, this character, the lowercase l, if we look over here, and these are all encoded using a system called ASCII. So let's take a look at an ASCII chart. I think there was a very convenient one from Wikipedia. Here we go. Okay, so actually I think I need an ASCII table that includes binary. So let's see. ASCII chart binary. Okay, here's a table. Let's take a look and visit the website. And then let's open this in a new tab. Okay, so we've got a conversion chart of ASCII characters to different numeric systems. So for example, we're looking for the lowercase l character. So if we look in this chart for the lowercase l, it's going to be, where is it going to be? The lowercase l is over here. Okay, so we see that the lowercase l is over here. And in the ASCII system, it is the L. Dark Crimson 24 says, I'll definitely check it out, thanks. I've been trying to figure out my career path within cyber, working as a cybersecurity specialist about 2 years, more on the blue team side of things. Currently going over the TCM-PEH course to dive into offensive side and transition into being a penetration tester. Dark Crimson 24, you're definitely welcome to ask questions over here, because we're trying to help people navigate around education and getting into cybersecurity. But you say you've already been working as a specialist, but more on the blue team side of things. I understand that you might feel that the blue team isn't suited to your personality, maybe. But I'm wondering, have you done very much offensive security stuff? You say that you're currently going through the TCM-PEH course. And a great thing to depend, I'm not too sure how far you've gotten into the PH course. The PH course is great as far as what I've seen from it, but I actually have a YouTube playlist over here for, well, I've got a YouTube playlist for all sorts of different things. But let me see if I can get some stuff that can help you out. So for example, So I've got my videos over here. Let's look at the playlists. And I've done a lot of CTF boxes from the Volnex website. And so you can go ahead and take a look at these if you feel comfortable doing CTF boxes. You could do this this playlist over here. But if you're just starting out, then you might want to try out the Hack the Box starting point over here. So let me get the link to this. So if you're just starting out into doing CTF boxes, then this series is probably going to be pretty good for you. And Summoner Dante posts hello to the hello endpoint. Thank you very much with HTTP 1.1. Thank you very much, Summoner Dante. Summoner Dante, nice to see you here. And let's give you a fun little video redeem. Let's. I hope you can go to hack.
Mr. Hack, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
I hope you're having a great day. So what were we doing? So we're taking a look at the at how we can convert ASCII characters to different numeric systems. So from the ASCII character, like the letter lowercase letter L, you can go from hex, octal, binary, or decimal. So let's make this nice and big, and then we're going to scroll over and take a look over here. So the lowercase letter L is right here. It can be converted into hex characters 6C, or octal characters 154, or binary characters 0, this one over here, or decimal characters, this one. So if we wanted to do XOR operations on the letter L in ASCII, we would have to convert it over to binary here, and then do the XOR operation on the other thing that we need to do the binary thing on, which is the number 13, I think it was. So let's do this first one manually, okay? So XOR each character with the integer 13. So the integer 13, I'm very bad with conversion to binary. So if we did 13 to binary, then it would be this over here. 13 is this. So let's copy this, and then let's go back and do this first one manually. So let me just get this stuff off the screen. And this is going to be decimal 13. So decimal 13 is going to be this. And let's just prepend this with a bunch of zeros. Okay. So and let's get this in line with the other stuff in here. Okay, so we're going to do the XOR operation with decimal 13 with ASCII lowercase letter L. So lowercase letter L, according to the chart, is this right here. 0, 1, 1, 0, 1. Oh, I wish I could copy directly. Actually, wait, I think I can do it like this. So lowercase L to binary. Okay, it's not here. We can actually do it here. I think it's text to binary. Yeah, so text to binary, lowercase letter L, and we're going to convert that, and it's going to be this. So I'm just going to copy this, and then we're going to do this first one manually over here. We're going to paste in the binary number. So this is ASCII lowercase L. And then we're going to do the XOR operation. So when we do the XOR operation, what do we get? So remember that if the numbers are the same, then the resulting bit is going to be 0. If the two numbers are different, then they're going to be 1. So the 0, 0 is 0, 0, 1 equals 1, 0, 1 equals 1, 0, 0 equals 0, 1, 1 equals 0, 1, 1 equals 0, 0, 0 equals 0, and 1, 0 equals 1. So this is the result of doing the XOR operation between decimal number 13, which is this in binary, and ASCII lowercase l, which is this in binary. So we got this binary here, And we need to figure out which ASCII character this corresponds to. So we're gonna copy this value here, and then we're gonna go back to the conversion website, and then we're gonna do binary to text. So we're going to paste in our binary here, and we're gonna convert this, and it's gonna equal to the ASCII letter A. So we see here, this equals ASCII lowercase a. Okay, so we did the first character manually, but we're going to do the rest of the characters using a tool. So so we have to do these characters. The characters we need are the characters A, L, B, E, L, so label. And we know that label when XORed with the decimal number 13. The first one is A, and let's get the rest of these 4 characters here. Okay, so back over at the XOR calculator website. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do decimal number 13. It is 13, right? Let me check. Yeah, integer 13. Okay, and the second input is going to be an ASCII, and it's going to be the letter A. So 13 XOR letter A, calculate. Let's do the output in ASCII. Okay, this is the letter L. So 13, the letter A, gives us the letter L. So we're going to add it over here. And the next one is the letter B. So let's go back, and we're going to replace the letter A with the letter B. And then we're going to calculate again. That gives us the letter O. Dark Crimson 24 says, great content. Thank you very much. Great to, it's nice to see that people are appreciating it. So that's the letter O. Next is the letter E. So let's do the XOR operation with the letter E. Calculate that. That is the letter H. So the letter H, and lastly we do the letter L again. And actually we know what this is going to be because we did the letter L before, and it came out to the letter A. So label, when XORed with the decimal number 13, becomes the ASCII string aloha. So this is going to be the answer for our exercise. We can copy this, and then we're going to go back to the CryptoHack website. So in CryptoHack, we're going to enter the flag here. It's going to be crypto, and then curly braces, and then the flag value. So it's going to be crypto, and then curly braces. In the curly braces, we're going to get the result that we got, which was aloha. And then click on submit. It says, so we managed to finish the challenge. Great. All right. So let's talk about a different way that we can finish this challenge. So I got some assistants to write up a little script to solve this challenge, and this is going to be a Python script. So I'm going to copy the script, and then I'm going to go into my Kali Linux, and then oh, it looks like we've got a little ad going on Twitch right now. So we're going to pause and to take a little break while the ads run on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, you don't see any ads, or if you have a subscription or an ad blocker, you also don't see any ads. But let's watch the bird feeder while the ads are going on. This also gives me a good opportunity to have a little bit of water because it gets awful thirsty talking so much. So here are this is my bird feeder and my beloved Stellar Jays. I'm just gonna have some water. Just a second. So we've got ads for another 20 seconds or so, and then we're going to go back to the lesson. But I thought I would really hate these ad breaks, but it gives me a good opportunity to have a sip of water every once in a while, and I kind of appreciate them now. Anyways, these are my favorite birds. These are the Stellar Jays, and they're just gathering up all these peanuts so they can go and hide them somewhere and eat them later. Okay, so let's put the birds away and let's complete our exercise. So we're going to be using a Python script to. Cyberner Dante says these birds have cone heads. Reminds me of an old movie. Yeah, it certainly does. But they're punky little birds, and that's why they got their little mohawk. All right, so we're going to use Nano to create a little Python script, and we're going to call this. What is the name of this challenge? The name of this challenge is XOR Starter. So we're just going to call the file that XOR underscore starter and call this XOR starter.py. Okay, so let's paste in the code over here. So there's not very much to this script except for the fact that it uses the Pwn tools library, which can be a little bit. It's actually not very complicated to install if you're using Kali Linux. And let me just. I don't want to do that. Okay, so I think to install Pwn tools, Kali Linux install. So let's see. How to install Pwn on Kali Linux. It's part of a library, I'm pretty sure. So let me just go to another terminal here. You do sudo apt-get install. Yeah, Python 3 Pwn tools. This is the command right here. So if you wanted to install this on your own Kali Linux distribution, this is the command you would use. I'll just provide this to everybody in chat, just in case, because sometimes it gets to be a pain in the butt installing these tools when you don't know which commands to do. Okay, so what we were doing, what were we doing? So we were Dark Crimson 24 says Nano versus Vim. Yeah, yeah, I guess so. I like to use Nano because it's much more beginner friendly than Zim, but than Vim. But Vim is also very common, and you should know how to use Vim if you're looking to get into serious Linux power using, I guess. But what do we do? So there's a XOR function inside the Pwn tools module. So first thing you do is from Pwn tools import XOR, and then the second thing you do is you create the variable encrypted bytes, and then this is going to be the string that we need to XOR, and this is going to be bytes, and it's going to be label in bytes. The next thing we need to do is we need to define the key integer, so the integer that we need to XOR everything by, which is the letter 13, which is the number 13. So the XOR result variable is going to be equal to XOR, the function, with the encrypted bytes and the key integer, and we're going to decode that into ASCII characters at the end over here. So the last thing we do in the script is we print the XOR result, and that should be the ASCII characters aloha. So after we've prepared our script, we save out the file, and then we run the script. So it's going to be Python XOR starter.py, and when we run the file, we get the XOR operation on these ASCII characters, and we get ASCII characters back. So this is how you would solve this particular challenge using Python. Okay, so everybody, that was the XOR Starter Challenge from the CryptoHack platform. And if you appreciated this guided walkthrough for the challenge, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. But we're not going anywhere. That's just the YouTube outro that I need to record because I'm going to be turning these into YouTube videos. And we're going to be moving on to the next challenge. So we're going to click on next and then go to the next challenge in the series. Okay, so this is a guided walkthrough for the XOR Properties Challenge from the cryptohack.org website, and let's get started. Let's make this a little bigger. So what is this challenge all about? Let's read. In the last challenge, you see how XOR worked at the level of bits. In this one, we're going to cover the properties of the XOR operation and then use them to undo a chain of operations that have encrypted a flag. Gaining an intuition for how this works will help greatly when you come to attacking real crypto systems later, especially in the block ciphers category. There are four main properties we should consider when we solve challenges using the XOR operator. So the first one is the commutative property, which is A XOR B equals B XOR A. So the order doesn't matter. So A XOR B is the same as B XOR A. So if you have more than two, if you A XOR B XOR C, it's the same as doing B XOR A XOR B or B XOR A XOR C. It doesn't matter what order you put them in. The next one is associative, which is A XOR of B and C is equal to A and B XORed together, XORed by C. So it doesn't matter in what order you do the XORs. If you XOR all of these things together, you're going to get the same result. Okay, the identity is A XOR 0 equals A. So if you XOR something by 0, it's always going to be the same thing. And self-inversive, if you XOR something by itself, you're going to get the result of 0 because everything is going to be the same. And something that is the same XORed with itself is always going to be 0. Okay. So let's break this down. Okay, well, we're going to talk about this again. Commutative means that the order of the XOR operations is not important. Associative means that the chain of operations can be carried out without order. We do not have to worry about brackets. The identity is 0. So XOR with 0 does nothing. And lastly, something XORed with itself returns 0. Okay, so let's put this into practice. Below is a series of outputs where 3 random keys have been XORed together and with the flag. Use the above properties to undo the encryption in the final line to obtain the flag. So we've got key, so the key value is equal to this hexadecimal string. And remember, when we've got when we have a hexadecimal string, we can actually convert this string into binary. We have to convert the hexadecimal string into binary before we can do XOR operations on it. And it's so if we were to take this big hexadecimal string and we were to convert it using some sort of calculator over here. So let's do hexadecimal and let's convert that to binary. So hex binary, enter the hex number, convert that to binary. It's a really big number. And in fact, we're not going to try to do this manually because it would take too long. But we do see that the decimal number in this case is really, really big. Okay, so this is how we would convert really long binary numbers. We would convert them to really big hex numbers. We would convert them to binary and then do the conversions, do the operation after converting both of the numbers to binary. Okay, so back over here. So basically, any number over here. So this is key 1. When we do key 2 XORed with key 1, we get this number over here. So remember that key 2 and key 1 are XORed together. And this equals, I guess this would equal to key number 3. Because when we XOR key number 2 with key number 3, key number 2 with key number 3, we get this value over here. And so let's see. So key number 2 and key number 3, when we XORed this together, this is not key number 1. But when flag and key 1 and key 3 and key 2 are all XORed together, we get this. So let's puzzle this out using a Python script to get the value of the flag. So we're going to go over to my terminal over here in Kali Linux, and we're going to create a Python file called XOR properties. Whoops. We're going to nano that. Okay, and I prepared a little script to solve this problem. And before we, so we're just, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at what the script is doing, and then we're going to run the script. So let's paste in the script. Okay, and once again, we're using the pwn module, and we're going to import the XOR function from the module. So we've got all of our original values over here, and so we've got key1 is equal to this hexadecimal string, and what we're going to do is we're going to define it as bytes from hex. So from hex we're going to turn it into bytes for the XOR operation, and we've got the second value, which is key2 XOR key1, and this is the same thing. All of these values we got them from this example over here. We've got key2 XOR key2 XOR key3, which is this, and we've got flag XOR all of the keys, which is equal to this. So the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out what key2 is, and we can figure out what key2 is by doing a XOR operation between key1 and key2 XOR key1. So that is key2, and then everything XORed together with key1 should give us key2. The next one is key3, which is equal to key2 combined with XORed together with key2 XOR of key3, and that gets us the key3 value, and then the flag is equal to flag. So this value over here, which is all of the XORs together, with XORed together with key3, key2, and key1, and this is the flag value over here. What we're going to do, because this is the flag value, we're going to print it out and we're going to decode it to ASCII characters. So because we have enough information, we can figure out what the other keys are, so key 2 and key 3, and so we can XOR them all together with the XORed all together already and get the value of the flag. So let's save out the file and then run the Python script. Python XOR properties. Whoops, that's not how you spell Python. Okay, and this is what we get. So it's a neat little flag over here. So crypto XOR is associative. Great. So we're going to copy this flag. Then we're going to go over to the challenge. So over here, there's a flag submission field. Paste in the flag, click submit, and then we're done. Okay. All right, so that was a guided walkthrough for the XOR properties challenge from the cryptohack.org website. If you enjoyed this challenge, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment in the video comments. Anyways, until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so let's move on to the next challenge. I think we have time for one more. We probably have time for one more challenge before we switch over to our next sub topic. So let's go over, and this is the favorite byte challenge. So it says here, I've got to do my YouTube intro. This is a guided walkthrough for the favorite byte challenge from the cryptohack.org website. All right, so let's get started. So it says here, so for the next few challenges, you'll use what you've learned to solve more XOR puzzles. So I've hidden some data using XOR with a single byte, but that byte is a secret. Don't forget to decode from hex first. So this is the string, and they haven't told us what we need to XOR with to get the result. But what we're going to do is we're going to do a little bit of brute forcing. So when they're talking about a byte, they're talking about a value from 0 to 256, and it's going to be fun brute forcing this. And I've prepared a little script in Python to do this. So let's go over to the terminal. And then let's create a little script called nano. No, the script is going to be called favorite underscore byte. I'm going to spell it just like the British do because I'm pretty sure this cryptohack.org is a British website. Okay, so favorite byte.py. Let's create this script. I'm going to grab the script contents and then paste them in. Then we're going to be talking about the script and what it's doing. Okay. So this is a little more complicated than the previous scripts, but we're going to talk through what is going on in the code. So the first thing we do is we're going to import the XOR function from the Pwn library. And the second thing we're going to do is we're going to define the hexadecimal string. So the hexadecimal string is this right here. And then we're going to convert the hex string to bytes. So I'm just going to call the data. I'm going to call this variable data. And we're going to take the hex string. And we're going to run the from hex to bytes function on it. And this is, I'm pretty sure this is a regular Python function. Yeah, it's not from a special library or anything. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a for loop over here, and the for loop is going to brute force all of the bytes in the range, 256 of them, and then we're going to print out only the ones that have ASCII readable characters in them. So remember that not all bytes are readable. So if you've got a range of 0 to 256, which includes all of the ASCII characters and a bunch of other binary bytes that cannot be printed out. We need to look at only the stuff that can be printed out because those are the ones that are going to contain a readable flag. So what is the for loop? So for key in range 256. So this is the possible values for a single byte, which is from byte hex 00 to byte hex FF. The result is going to be XOR operation between the data and the key. We're going to try to do this. Attempt to decode the result as an ASCII string. Decoded, this variable is going to be equal to the result, which is this XOR operation, decoded into ASCII. If all of the printable characters in that result are inside of the printable range, we're going to print out this is the key and this is the message. And except if there are non-printable ASCII characters in the result, we're just going to ignore that result and we're going to go on to the next loop until we're finished everything in range 256. Okay, so now that we know what the script is doing, Tommy C6, wow, hello, nice to see you. Thank you for the HackerFrogs hype. Thank you very much, and welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun video redeem. What should we do? How about the Devil's Bedroom?
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Sometimes the servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. I hope you know that. But yeah, welcome to the stream, Tommy C6 Wow, and welcome to the stream, Fallen Learns. Hello, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing a demonstration for doing the XOR challenges over at the CryptoHack website. Um, I want to teach people how to do cryptography. I'm not very good at doing cryptography myself, so it's been fun learning how to do cryptography while learning how to teach how to do cryptography. But anyways, we've got the script over here. We have a pretty good idea of how it works, so we're going to save out the script, and then we're going to run the script. So Python favorite byte, whoops, favorite byte.py, and so it's gonna brute force all the bytes, and then it's going to print out the message if it is something that is printable. Tommy C6 says, I'm in cryptography class right now. Tommy C6, could you tell us what the topic of today's class is in your cryptography class? Are you doing classical cryptography or are you doing modern cryptography right now? Because what I need to do is I need to teach myself how to do modern cryptography next, which is kind of difficult. So if we scan the results of the Python script over here, we're going to see that most of these don't really make too much sense. Oh, Tommy C6 is going over block ciphers and stream ciphers. So you're probably ahead of me because I still haven't gotten too far in modern cryptography stuff. The most advanced thing I'm doing right now is XOR cryptography and one-time pad, that kind of stuff. All right, and how to reverse the hash. Reversing the hash seems very difficult. Are you talking about cracking the hash, or are you talking about actually reversing the hash? Because those are two different things. But yeah, nice to see that you're furthering your education in cryptography. So, for example, well, we know what a proper flag looks like in CryptoHack. We know that it begins with the word crypto with the opening curly brace. So if for some reason the output over here was really really big, we could search for that particular flag wrapper by running the script and then grepping for this pattern, which is crypto, and then the opening bracket like this. So we should probably put that between single quotes. Anyway, let's see if this works. Okay, yeah, so this was able to grep out the proper flag string, which is this one right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to highlight the flag and copy it. Then we're going to go over to the CryptoHack website, and we're going to submit the flag over here. So in the flag submission field, paste in your flag, click on submit, and then you're done. All right, so this was a guided walkthrough for the favorite byte challenge from the cryptohack.org website. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment in the comments down below. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. But we're not leaving. We are just we're just recording the YouTube outro for the video that's going to come out sooner or later. Okay, so we might have time for one more challenge, and I think there's only one more challenge in this series. So we're just going to go over to the next challenge here. And this challenge is called You Either Know, XOR You Don't. So it says, I've encrypted the flag with my secret key, and you'll never be able to guess it. So the hint over here says, remember the flag format. Okay, well, actually, we know what? We should restart this because I need to record my YouTube intro. Just a second. This is a guided walkthrough for the You Either Know, XOR You Don't challenge from cryptohack.org, and let's get started. Okay, so for this challenge, the description here says, I've encrypted the flag with my secret key. You'll never be able to guess it. And the hint here says, remember the flag format and how it might help you in this challenge. Okay, so all we've been provided here is a hexadecimal string over here. And we've also been provided with the hint, remember the flag format, and it'll help you in the challenge. So I've prepared a little script that is going to solve the challenge. And what we're going to do is we're going I'm going to prepare the script, and then we're going to talk about what's happening in the script before we solve the challenge, okay? So let's go back to the terminal, and I'm going to create a file called no zor don't.py. Okay, so this is good. This is the script for the either you zor or you don't. You yeah. Anyways, you know zor you don't. And let me get the script for this challenge. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do, paste in the code. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we need to import the XOR function from the Pwn library, and that's what the first line does. So the next thing we do is we define the encrypted bytes. So we've got the hexadecimal string from the challenge, and then we turn it into bytes with this method over here. So bytes from hex for this hexadecimal over here, and we call the resulting variable encrypted bytes. So the next thing is we do key bytes. So these key bytes are basically a byte version of the flag wrapper. And because we know that the flag begins with this, crypto, so we're going to perform a XOR operation between the string that we have and this and these bytes over here, which is crypto, because we know that the flag begins with this crypto and then the opening curly brace. So we're going to do the operation and print it like this. So we're going to do XOR on encrypted bytes and key bytes, and then we're going to decode that into ASCII characters. So that's what this script does. Let's save out the script and then run the script. Okay, so what do we get? We get a bunch of gibberish. So this is all stuff that this is all it's not all non-printable characters, but they're actually non-printable characters in the output here. So this is not ideal. But we actually get this portion over here, which is called my XOR key. So it could be that this is what is actually being used to for the to with the XOR. This is the XOR key we would use to get the actual flag. So we're going to copy this, and then we're going to go back to the Python script. And it looks like we've got a little ad coming up on Twitch, so we're going to be pausing for a little bit while the ads run by. And in the meantime, let's watch the birds and have a little drink break because your throat gets parched. Here's the broken leg bird, and so I just like to highlight. It's something I feel a certain way when I see this little bird with the broken leg. But anyways, let's I'm gonna take a break and have a drink. So ads have started on Twitch. It's going to run for about 90 seconds. So we're just going to take a little bit of time to watch the birds feast on their peanuts and other seeds. Once again, if anybody has any questions about anything that's happening during today's stream, I'll try to these two guys. I'll try to answer the questions as best as I can. Of course, when it comes to cryptography, I'm not exactly an expert, but I'll try to explain what I know if I can. This is a little black-capped chickadee. These guys punch way above their weight. They grab whole peanut kernels and they fly away. What else do we have? Here we go. It makes me really happy to see the birds come over to the backyard every day. I look outside the office and I see them chowing down, and I feel like I'm doing a good thing. Anyways, the ads are going to end in just a few seconds, so put the birds away. Okay, so what did we figure out? So there might be a different key that we need to use in order to get the flag. So what we're going to do is we're going to substitute this over here. So the reason we were able to get that other key was because we knew part of what the results are supposed to be. Because remember, A XOR B equals C. So if we know C, which is this, and we XOR it with A, then we should be able to get part of the B equation for the XOR. Simon Dante says, "Are there any nests close enough to see?" Well, although it'd be really fun to be able to film a nest, I haven't identified any nests close to me, and I don't think I'd be able to set up a camera because those nests are probably not going to be on my property, and it would be weird to set up a camera like on somebody else's property, you know. But anyways, so okay, so because we know part of the C string, we're able to get part of the B string, which was this, and it's called my XOR key, like this. Okay, so now that we've replaced the key bytes here, we're going to save out the script again. Whoops, we're going to save out the script again, and then we're going to run the script one more time. Okay, and the result is the key. The flag. So the flag is crypto. If you know enough, you know it all. All right. So this is a good encapsulation of what it means to do XOR. If you know the values of A and C, then you can get the value of B. If you know the values of B and C, then you can get A, and so on. So let's copy the flag, then go over to CryptoHack. Over here in the flag submission field, paste in the flag, and then click on Submit Flag. And then we're done. All right, so this was a guided walkthrough for the You Either Know, XOR You Don't challenge from cryptohack.org. If you enjoyed this challenge, if you enjoyed this guided walkthrough for the challenge, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment below the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so that's the end of this portion of the stream, and well, just almost just in time. All right, so we're going to move on to our next portion of the stream, which is going to be doing the Linux challenges. So we're going to do some Linux challenges over at hackmyvm.eu. And if you're actually curious about the series and what we've done so far, we've got a GitHub repository over here that's documenting all the different levels that we've completed in the challenge. And if you're interested in taking a look at that, then you can find it over here. But before we start the challenge, I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping because I've got a lot of tabs open in my web browser and it's bugging me a little bit. So I'm just going to get rid of all the stuff that we don't need today. Okay. All right, so let's get started. What level did we leave off on? I think it was the Natalia level. Okay, yeah. So we left off on level 16 of this particular CTF lab challenge, and that is the Natalia level. And let's let me get rid of these Python scripts because there's a lot of them and I don't want them to clutter up my file system. Okay. All right, so for these challenges, what you want to do is you want to log in as the user using SSH. So SSH is the program you use to remotely log into servers. And if you're wondering, this is the command we're going to be doing. So if you want to join in with us, you're very welcome to, because this is more fun when everybody's working together. This is the link. This is the SSH command you want to use, and I'll get the password for this level as well, and provide that to everybody in chat. Here you go. Okay, so all right, so let's start. So we're going to log in to the Natalia level at the Venus CTF Labs, hackmyvm.eu on port 5000. So after you do that, it's going to ask you to put in the password. So you just need to paste in the password. Remember, when you're pasting into a Linux terminal, it's not Control V, it's Control Shift V. You have to add that shift. It's just what you have to do the to paste in a password. Okay, so this is the Natalia level, otherwise known as level 16 from the Venus CTF Labs on hackmyvm.eu. So the first thing we need to do to start this challenge is we need to read the mission.txt file over here. So let's just read that with the cat command. And the challenge says, the password of the user Eva is encoded into the base64.txt file. So in this level, we've got a base64.txt file. So if we were to use cat to read that file normally, we're going to see that it's a string over here, but this is not the password. This is a base64 encoded string. So for anybody who doesn't know, base64 is an encoding scheme that uses 64 different characters. So the characters that are used in base64 are all of the lowercase letters in the alphabet, in the English alphabet, all the uppercase letters in the English alphabet, all of the numbers from 0 to 9, and I think there are a couple of special characters like the slash and the plus symbols, and those are the symbols that they use to encode different strings. So let me demonstrate. Okay, let's get out of here. Don't save that. So if we echo out some string, let's just say like and subscribe to the HackerFrogs YouTube channel. A little bit of shilling, self-promotion, and we pipe that out to base64, this command over here in Linux. Then you're going to get this string over here. So this string over here is the base64 representation of these characters over here. So we can actually decode this string from base64 and get the original value by doing this. So we would echo out the base64 encoded string right here, and then we would pipe it into base64 with the -d for decode, and we get the original message over here. Okay, so now that we know how to encode something into base64 and decode from base64, let's get the password for this file. So back over here, this is the base64 encoded version of the password. So we can actually do base64 decode and then just specify a file. So in this case, it's the base64.txt file. Base64.txt. And this is the password for the next level. And because it says here that the target is the EVA user, this is the password for the EVA user. So just in case you're playing along at home, these are the credentials. There you go. And remember, that everything after the colon is the password and everything before the colon is the username. So let's get out of here. So before we finish this challenge, let's do a little after action report over at github.com. So over here, github.com, where are we? This is the Natalia level. Okay, we're going to edit the file and let's make this nice and big. Ooh, that's a little too big. Okay. So the target user in this level is the EVA user, and the method of solve for this level is decode the contents of a file using the base 64 command in Linux. And the key command in this case is base 64 d base 64.txt, just like this. Whoops, got to spell base correctly. Okay. All right, so that was a guided walkthrough for level number 16, otherwise known as the Natalia level, from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on like and subscribe on the video and leave a comment under the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, we're not ending. Please don't leave. Please don't leave. We're not ending our stream. That's just the YouTube outro. I have to record an intro and an outro for each one of these walkthroughs because I'm going to be turning these into YouTube videos eventually. But anyways, we're going to continue on with the next level, and the next level is going to be the EVA level. So let's log in as EVA, and we're going to get their password and put that in. Okay, so this is a guided walkthrough for the EVA level, otherwise known as level number 17 from the Venus CTF Labs from the hackmyvm.eu cybersecurity education website. So the first thing we want to do when we solve each one of these challenges is we want to read the mission.txt file. So we just use the cat command to read the file. And this is mission number 17. The description says, the password of the Clara user is found in the file modified on May 1st, 1968. So this is actually a bit of a tricky level because the Linux file system can find files that were modified on specific dates, but the time frame for Linux actually starts before May 1st. It starts after May 1st, 1968. I think the Linux time actually starts in the 1970s, in the early 1970s sometime. So if we were to ask our know-it-all friend ChatGPT, I don't have a, oh, I do have a, okay. So when is the start of quote-unquote Linux time in Linux file systems? So the start of Linux time in Linux file systems refers to the epoch time, which is January 1st, 1970 at this time right here. This is commonly known as Unix epoch or simply epoch time. So this challenge is kind of tricky because we can't specify a file that was created before this date right here, January 1st, 1970. And the challenge is asking us to find a file modified May 1st, 1968, which is before the Linux epoch begins. So let me demonstrate how to solve this challenge. So we're going to be using the find command to find the file. Of course, we're going to search inside the entire file system with the slash. We're going to look for a file, which is indicated by this argument here. And we're going to specify a modification time. So modification time, I think it's a number of days since the file has been modified. And we see that the file was modified a long time ago. So in this case, we can give a really big value, something like 18,440, let's say, and then we can put all the errors into dev null, this device over here, and this is how we find a file that was created before 1970, because otherwise we could specify a specific date, but we can't specify a specific date that was before January 1st, 1970. But let's run the command, and we find this file right here. So let's take a look at the file and make sure that it fits the criteria. So we're just going to use ls and inspect the file. Okay, so it actually doesn't say that it was created in May 1st. It was modified on May 1st, 1968. It says it was modified on January 1st, 1970, which is the earliest. That's unexpected. Okay. But anyways, we can read this file, and this file is going to have the password for the Clara user. So let's read the file. Okay, this is the file path, and this is the password. All right. So we just need. Oh my gosh, there's a mouse in my house. Hold on, I need to I need to take a little break because there's a mouse in my house. I'm gonna go be right back, and I'm gonna take care of the mouse. The mouse might still be in my room. I opened the door so that leads outside. So hopefully the mouse doesn't decide to take up residence in my house and instead leaves. Uh, that was very unexpected. Anyways, I'm gonna keep the door open, and hopefully the mouse leaves on its own. Where were, sorry, that really flustered me. Okay, so we got the password for the Clara user, and for anybody who's wondering and keeping track at home, this is the password for the Clara user. There you go. Now the neighborhood cat has wandered in. Oh, kitty. I wish I could show you guys, but I don't have a cam for the office here. Anyways, it's been a bit of a zoo over here. Okay, so what were we doing? So this man, yeah, my well, I don't know if you would call it awesome, but sometimes there are unexpected animals. sorry, let me gather my wits. What do we need to do? We need to do our after action report for this level. Okay, so let's go over to GitHub and over here. This is the, which level is this? This is the EVA level. Okay, so our target user for this level was the Clara user, and the method of solve for this level was use the find command to locate a file created or modified. In 1968. Okay, and the key command for this level was, the key command for this level was this. Let me grab that find command over here. If anybody's interested which command we use, this is the command we used. Okay, so after that, let's save this out. And then this was a guided walkthrough for the EVA level, otherwise known as level 17, from the Venus CTF labs from hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and put a comment below the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so yeah, we got the neighborhood cat wandering around in my office. So I'm just gonna take a little bit of time to put the cat out, and I'll be right back. But in the meantime, you can watch some birds. Here you go. Okay, so I just put the cat out, and man, there are way too many animals on today's stream for my liking. Usually, I like it when it's just me and my birds, but there was a mouse and there was a cat. So let's continue continue on for another 40 minutes, and then we'll get on with our free hacking portion of today's stream. Okay, so let's move on to the next level. Whoops, we got to exit the right way. Okay, so the next level we're going to access is the Clara level. And let's grab their password. All right, so this is the Clara level from the otherwise known as level 18 from the Venus CTF labs from hackmyvm.eu. So the first thing we need to do when we begin one of these levels is we need to read the mission.txt file over here. So let's start by doing that with the cat command. And this is mission number 18. It says The password of the user Frida is in the password protected zip file, and it says rockyou.txt can help you. So this is the first level that requires us to do something off of the server. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be cracking the password for this particular password protected zip file. So the password protected zip file is this one right here. It's called protected.zip. And what we need to do is we need to move this from the server to our Kali Linux machine. So we can actually do this by using xxd. And let me get. Oh, no. What we can do is we can read the protected zip file, and then we can base64 encode it. So this is the command we're going to do to base64 encode the protected.zip file. So this is the base64 encoded version of the protected.zip file. What we can do is we can just copy this to our clipboard, and then we can go over to another terminal in our Kali Linux machine, and then we can create a file called, let's call this one protected.b64. So this is going to be base64 encoded information. We're going to paste in the base64 encoded information here and save the file. And then we're going to read the file with cat and then pipe that into base64 decode, and we're going to redirect the output of all of this stuff over here into protected.zip. So this is going to restore the zip file back into its original format. Okay, so after we do that, we can run file on protected.zip, and we see that it is a zip archive data file. And if we try to, remember it said that this was a password protected file. If we try to unzip this using just without knowing the password, it's going to ask us for the password over here. We do not know the password, and it says incorrect password. It's going to let us try again, and then after 3 tries, it's going to deny us. So what we need to do is we need to use some sort of program to crack the password for this zip file, and the program we're going to do that with is called John the Ripper. So John the Ripper is a program that we can use to crack passwords, and so for these zip files. Oh, and sorry, we've got a break coming. We've got another break coming up on Twitch. Sorry, that whole thing with the mouse was a bit unexpected, and it kind of threw me off my game. But while the ads are running on Twitch, let's watch the bird bath. Here you go, and we'll probably be back in about 2 minutes. In the meantime, I'm going to take this opportunity to have a little water and just kick back a bit. If the music is too loud, please let me know because I was muted for a while there. Anyways, well, we're back. Okay, so the John the Ripper program requires a very specific format in order to crack hashes. And what we're going to do is we're going to extract the password hash from the protected.zip file with this utility program right here. It's called zip2john, and we're just going to run that on protected.zip, and we're going to redirect the output to a file called protected.hash. So let's run that command. That's going to get the file, the password hash from the zip file. If we take a look at protected.hash, we see this is the password hash right here. So this is the value of the password hash. So this is the correct format to give to the John the Ripper file, John the Ripper program to crack the hash. So we're going to run the John the Ripper program like this. So it's going to be John, and it's going to be clara.hash. Sorry, it's not clara.hash, it's protected.hash. And we're going to give it a word list to do the cracking attempts with. And the word list is going to be this: user share word lists. Let's see, Cyber Nerd Dante, love the music, but it's overpowering your voice a little. Okay, let me turn the music down. Okay, that should be better. Okay, so word list equals user share. Actually, there should be an equal signs right here. User share word lists /rocku.txt. So the rocku.txt file that we're specifying as a word list is a list of 14 million different 14 million common passwords. So we're going to compare all these passwords against the password put in the protected.hash file, and if it finds a match, then it'll tell us, and that'll be the that will be the password for the zip file. Okay, so let's run the program. I guess we don't need the equal sign over here. Hold on. I think my syntax is incorrect. Let me go look up the proper syntax. John the Ripper cheat sheet. Okay, so how do we provide sort a word list -- word list equals? Okay. Word list equals file.txt. Format equals raw MD5. Thank you very much for the help, CyberNerd. I think user share word lists rocku.txt. I need to check to see if this is the correct file path. So let me just try running this in another terminal. Oh yeah, this is the wrong file path. So user share. Oh wait, I don't think I've unzipped it. So I think I need to unzip the file first. Yeah, okay. So the reason I wasn't able to do it because we haven't unzipped the rocku.txt file. It comes zipped with Kali Linux. OG23YG says, hello, nice to see you here. And let's give you a fun little video redeem. We haven't done a Hack the Planet in a while. Here you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so now that we've unzipped the rocku.txt file over here, now we can run John the Ripper. Okay, so it's going to be John, and then the name of the file we want to crack, which is protected.hash, and then -- word list equals the file path to the word list we're using, which is rocku.txt. So let's run it. And it cracked very, very fast because this is an easy challenge. And we found that the password was pass123. So we can use this password to get access to the zip file, OG23YG says, do you do other things other than this, like leak code or programming, that's more interesting than this, TBH? So I'm not a programmer. I'm a cybersecurity person, and most of the time you'll find that cybersecurity people are not great programmers. I appreciate that that you're interested in doing stuff like leak code, and I'm pretty sure it would take me a very, very long time to do even simple leak code problems. So unfortunately, this is not a programming focused channel. But occasionally we do some very simple programming sometimes. But I hope you I hope you can find something you can enjoy here, OG23YG, because we would love to have you here. Okay, so we can use this password over here to access the zip file, and we're just going to do unzip protected.zip here. It's going to ask us for the password. The password is this, so we can just copy and paste and hit enter, and then we extract a file into the pwn directory in the Clara directory, and it's called protected.txt. So we can read this directly by copying the file path and just reading it like this. So this is the password for the next user, and the next user is the Frida user. So if you're following along at home, this is these are the credentials for the next level. Okay, so before we finish this guided walkthrough, let's just do an after action report for how we solved this level. So this was the Clara level. Okay, so the target user for this level was the Frida user, and the method of solve for this level was, let's see, download the zip file and then crack the password using some password cracking software. Okay, and the key command for solving this level was using John the Ripper, and it was this command right here. Oops. Let's see, so OG23YG, if you know Python, leak code is just solving problems like sorting a string. It's fun, try it. Well, I mean, you know, I might try some leak code some other time, but aside from I do a little unit on Python coding, but aside from that, it's not a very this stream is not very programming focused. But thank you very much for the suggestion. Okay, so now that we've finished our after action report, I'm gonna save this out. And all right, everybody, so this was a guided walkthrough for the Clara level, otherwise known as level number 18, from the Venus CTF labs from hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment under the video, but otherwise, HackerFrogs out. Okay, I think we've got enough time to do maybe 2 more levels from these labs before we move on to our next activity. So let's move on to the next level. So actually, we didn't log out from here. Let's get out. Okay, so we're going to SSH into the Frida level. I'm going to get the password. Paste it in. Paste it in. Let's see. Fall and Learn says some people just like to disrupt you. No, I mean I'm sure OG23YG isn't trying to be rude. It's just that he wants to watch people do programming. That's fine. Lead code is fine. I know a lot of friends who do lead code, and sometimes I watch some streamers who do lead code. It's fine. Let's see. Brock's owner says, I agree with OG guy. This is kind of boring. Oh, it's boring, huh? No, it's I'm just trying to let's see. We're only going to be doing this for another few minutes, and then we're going to be moving on to another topic. So the last topic of the day is we're going to be doing a CTF box from hackmyvm.eu. And if you haven't done this kind of stuff before, it's actually pretty fun. And the machine that we're going to be hacking against today is the... Let's see. Let me get the machine. So the machine we're going to be doing today is the Insomnia machine. And if you're interested, what we do is we download the virtual machine, and we hack the virtual machine until we get the highest level of access. Hopefully, we get the highest level of access. But this is the link if you want to download the machine and get ready for that challenge. Broxhunter says, if you enjoy doing this, you should do it. Don't do anything for other people. Keep it up. Oh, thank you. Well, I mean, I understand that some of these levels are not super difficult, which can be a bit boring. But I need to work through each one of these because I'm doing a little YouTube video series. But let me get the password one more time. Is this not the password? Okay. What did we get for the password when we cracked it? When we cracked the password... Oh, no. Okay. So let's just read the password file. So it's in pwned, Clara. Oh, is the next user the Clara user? No way. No. The next user is the Frida user. Yeah. Oh, they changed the password. Oh, this password is different now. Okay. Let me update my password. Jeez. Okay. Let's see. No. OG23, that's fine. It's fine. No, it's fine. Some people find some stuff boring. That's no problem. It's just that we're not doing leak code. But thank you very much for suggesting it. I take all of my suggestions seriously. And if everybody wants to see us do leak code, then maybe we'll do leak code someday. Broxoner says, how did you end up with the frog name? Well, we're just doing... So, if you're a big fan of Twitch, then you're a Twitch frog. This all comes from Twitch, and on Twitch there are all sorts of frog emotes. So Pepe emotes, Twitch. So there's all sorts of great, and I love Twitch. It's a great platform for like just vegging out and spending time. But there are all sorts of great frog emotes on there. And some people call people who hang out on Twitch frogs, and so I figure if you're a person who likes hacking stuff, then you are a hacker frog, and we are HackerFrogs. Okay, so we're going to use this password to log in then. Let's do that. So we're logging to the Frida level. Paste it in. Okay, so this is a guided walkthrough for the Frida level, otherwise known as level number 19 from the Venus CTF Labs on hackmyvm.eu. Let's take a look at the mission.txt file for this level. Thank you very much for following Zani11. Thank you very much for following. And let's give you a fun little video redeem. What have we not done in a while? Oh, this is drink all the booze and hack all the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
So if anybody doesn't know, this is just the intro from a great little hacker rap video, and it's called "Drink All." That's actually called "All the Things." All the Things, and it's by this nerdcore rap group called Dualcore. And if you want to watch it, you can watch it over here. I can't play it on my stream because I'll get in trouble with YouTube. But if you want to watch this video, it's a great video and it's a great song. It's all about drinking all the booze and hacking all the things. Okay, so what's going on here? So this is mission number 19, and the description says, the password of Eliza is the only string that is repeated when unsorted in repeated.txt. So in this mission, we've got a file called repeated.txt. Oops. If we read it, there's a bunch of potential passwords in here, and but if we want to find what the actual password is, we have to find the only string that is repeated when it's unsorted in this file. So we can do so with a certain command that's called the unique command inside of Linux, and we're going to run it with the -c argument to get the count, and we're going to run it on a specific file, which is repeated.txt. So when we run this command, it's going to tell us that most of these strings over here only appear once. But if we want to figure out which one appears more than once, we need to repeat the command, but pipe it into the sort command, which is going to give us the largest numbers at the bottom. So when we run this, we see that this is the only string that repeats in this file, which means that this is the password for the next level. And this is the password for the Eliza user. So for everybody who's keeping track at home, the Eliza user has this password here. And let's, so before we finish this level, let's do a little after action report of how we solved this level over at GitHub. So GitHub here. And everybody, if you have any questions about any cybersecurity stuff, it doesn't need to be about what we're doing right now. If you have any questions about cryptography, no, don't ask me about cryptography. But anything about, like, you know, where to go for to do hacking exercises, or how to get into cybersecurity, you know, beginner content, feel free to leave those comments in chat, because I like chatting with everybody, and I enjoy answering questions and helping people get into cybersecurity. So the level is the Frida level. Okay. So let's edit this file, and let's see. So the target user for this level was the Eliza user. Whoops, Eliza user. And the method of solving this level was to find the line in the file that is repeated. And the key command we used for this level was this one right here. Let me copy paste it. So we use a unique command and get the count for each line in the file right here, and then we sort it so that the repeated line ends up at the bottom of the output. Okay, so let's commit the changes. And so this was a guided walkthrough for the Frida level, otherwise known as level number 19, from the Venus CTF labs on hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment under the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so let's do one more challenge from this particular lab, And oh, you know what? This is a fun. This is a more fun challenge. This one is not so not very simple. But yeah. Let's do this one last level before we move on to our next topic for today's stream. Okay? So it's been a very eventful stream. We did cryptography challenges, and then we had a mouse running around the house. Hopefully, it ran out and not into my house and decides to build a nest, and then I have to spend hours and hours hunting it down because that wouldn't be very fun. And let's solve this next level. Let's get out of here. Let's log in as the ELIZA user. Let me get that password. Okay, so this is the ELIZA level, otherwise known as level 20 from the Venus CTF labs from hackmyvm.eu. This is a guided walkthrough, and the first thing we want to do for each one of these levels is to read the mission.txt file. So when we read the mission.txt file, this is level 20, and it says that the user Iris has left me her key. Cyberner Dante says mouse was evading the cat was tracking the mouse. So nobody knows because nobody can see the cat that snuck in when I opened the door for to let the mouse out. But the neighborhood cat is a giant ginger cat, and he doesn't do very much chasing anything anymore. He can probably beat up the other cats in the neighborhood because he's just so big, but I don't think he could catch anything super small because he's a really big cat. Everybody in the neighborhood feeds it, and he's a big chunky boy. Okay, so it says the user Iris has left me her key. So this is talking about using SSH keys to log in as another user. So if we take a look inside this directory here, we see that there's a hidden file. It's called Iris key. So this is a very common way of impersonating other users on a system in CTF challenges. Is you steal another user's SSH key and then you modify it, and then you can log in as that user. So if we take a look at the .iris key, iris underscore key, have to spell everything correctly. Okay, so this is an example of an SSH key over here. So we've been using SSH to log in as different users on this CTF in this CTF lab environment, but the other way of logging in as a user in SSH, aside from using a password, is to use a key. So what you would do is you would have a key on your server, and you would use the key to log in. So you need to have the key on the server that you're going to be logging in from, and since this is Iris's SSH key, we can actually copy the value of the key over here, and then we can go over to our Kali Linux terminal, and we can create a key of our own. So let's use nano to create this file. We're just going to call it iris underscore key. And we're going to paste in the contents of the iris key that we copied from the server. So this is the contents of the key for the iris user. So there's this really long, I'm pretty sure this is base64 encoded information here. And after we create the file, we're going to save it. And then we have the SSH key for the Iris user on the system. So the problem here is that we can't use this key unless we modify the file permissions on the file. So the file permissions here are pretty loose. Everybody can read it. People in the file owner and the group can write to it. And these permissions are too loose. And if we try to use this key to log in via SSH, it's not going to let us. So let me show you an example. So if we try to SSH using a key called iris key as the iris user to venus.hackmyvm.eu on port 5000. So it's going to say permissions for the iris key are too open. It is required that your private key files are not accessible by others. This private key will be ignored, and then we have to log in using the password. So to remedy this situation over here, we're just going to get out of here. What we're going to do is we're going to modify the permissions on the iris key with the chmod command. So if we do chmod 600, which means that global users and group users have no permissions, and then 6, which means that I think 6 means that we only have read permission for the file owner, and we run it on the iris underscore key. Then when we take a look at the permissions for the iris key now, we see that, okay, so we've got read and write permissions for the owner, and this is strict enough so that we can use it to log in via SSH. So let's try to log in as iris again using the SSH key. This is the command here. Okay, so it just logs us in because there is no sometimes there's a passphrase associated with these SSH keys. In this case, there is not. So we're now logged in as iris. If we ask who am I, it says we're iris, and we're in the in iris's home directory now. So in order to finish the level, we're just going to get the password for iris. It's in this iris pass file over here. So we're just going to read the file. This is the password for the iris user. And for everybody keeping track at home, these are the credentials. Okay. All right. So before we finish, let's do a little after action report on how we finished this level over at GitHub. This is level 20. Okay. Here we go. So the target user in this level was the iris user, and the method of solving this level was read the contents of another user's SSH key and then use that key to log in as that user. Okay, the key command in this level was this SSH command right here. Okay. So this is the command we used to log in using iris's key. Alright, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the ELIZA level, otherwise known as level 20, from the Venus CTF Labs on hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on like and subscribe on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so we're just about ready to switch over to our next topic in today's stream. There's still some ads running on Twitch, so let's. These are my favorite birds. Here you go. Here's a stellar jay eating some peanuts. Okay, so if anybody's wondering, this is probably a hatchling stellar jay, and the way you can tell this is a hatchling stellar jay is because its plumage is not completely black yet. It's still got some off coloring in its black feathers over there. Also, you can usually tell that that a bird is young because its tail feathers are usually pretty short. But this is some of the fun information that you learn when you become really interested in birds. But anywho, the ads are ending now, so I'm just going to put the birds away. And just a second, I'm just going to take a little sip of water. Okay, so let's get started with our final piece of content for today's stream. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing some hacking against this machine right over here on hackmyvm.eu. This is a virtual machine that you download and then deploy to your virtual machine network, and the machine is called Insomnia. So let me start up the machine now, and then we can figure out how we can hack this thing. So the goal of the exercise is to boot up the virtual machine and then hack against it until you have the highest level of access, otherwise known as the root user access. And these kind of challenges are sometimes called boot to root challenges. So you boot up the virtual machine and then you hack against it until you are the root user, thus the name boot to root. Okay, so the machine is started up now and we can start hacking against it. Great. So let me get out of here. Boot to root. Yup, that's what we're doing. And so the first thing we like to do when we do these CTF boxes is we like to run an nmap scan, and I actually don't know where this machine is on the network, so we need to identify the location of the machine. So what we're going to do is we're going to run an nmap command to do something called ping sweeping. So ping sweeping is when we try to ping out to every machine on the network and we see which ones respond back. So we can run that with this nmap command here with the SN flag on this network range. So when we run this, it's going to figure out which machines are online. So it says that we got the number 1, number 2, number 3, and these are not machines that we can, well, these are not machines that we want to interact with. This one over here is, because it has an Oracle VirtualBox virtual network interface card, and it's at 10.02.114. So this is what we're going to be hacking against today. So let's clear this off, and we're going to run another nmap scan. This time it's going to be like this. Cybernerdante says the /24 means from 0 to 255. Yeah, that's exactly what it means. So 24/24 networks are they're networks with 255 hosts on the network, and there are other networks as well. There are /16 networks and /8 networks, and the lower the number is, the more machines there are on the network. So when you get down to /8 networks, those are, I mean, it's a lot of potential hosts. So maybe we can ask ChatGPT. Okay, how many addresses are there on 0/24 ranges versus 0/16 and 0/8 ranges? So 24 means the first 24 bits are used, so that's 256 machines. So when you get to /16 ranges, you're already at 65,000 machines in that network range. And if you're doing the /8 range, you've got 16 million potential hosts on that network. So it just gets, yeah, bigger and bigger. Most of the time when you're working with very small networks, it's only going to be a /24 network, which for most home networks is more than enough for, you know, all your different devices, because there are 256 addresses. Oh wow, and somehow we ran out of IPv4. Well, there are a lot of people on the planet, and if you assume that each person on the planet has several devices, then I don't think we're really going to run out of IPv4 addresses for quite a while because of what was it, NAT, network address translation, and like personal networks and stuff. But one of these days we're gonna have to switch from IPv4 to IPv6. And I'm not looking forward to that because I hate IPv6 addresses. Anyways, now that that really long introduction is over, we can start scanning against the machine. But thank you very much for asking the question, Cybernerd Dante, because you know, we need to explain what these networking terms mean. Okay, so there's only one port open on the system, and the port is this one right here. It's port 8080, and it's reporting. So this is port 8080, which is usually an HTTP proxy server, and it's reporting a PHP CLI server version 5.5 or later. So this strikes me as odd. I might scan for vulnerabilities on this particular server version, or maybe against this version of PHP right here, because it seems, I don't know, it seems a bit off. This could go nowhere, of course, but let's go over here and let's do some search exploit. So we're going to search exploit for this version of PHP. What is this? Oh, no, this is not the correct version. Okay, we can also search for the specific version of PHP, which is right here. Let's be a little looser with this. So this is probably not going to return, probably isn't going to return anything super meaningful, because it also picks up, yeah, so it just picked up on the key phrase PHP, and this particular version is not returned at all. So that was that didn't go anywhere, but that's fine. There's all sorts of dead ends in this kind of testing. But the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do some, where are we? Here. So we know that the port 8080 is open, so we can do some enumeration against it. So what we're going to do is we're going to run a couple of different web enumeration tools. So the first one is going to be called dirb, and dirb is basically going to be looking for different endpoints on the web server. Although this kind of technique is called directory busting. So we're going to run dirb, and we're going to look for some endpoints on the target. We didn't find any endpoints on the target. That's curious. Okay, so let's switch over to another tool, and the tool in this case is going to be Nikto. So Nikto is a web app vulnerability scanner, and it's pretty old, but sometimes Nikto can pick up on some interesting vulnerabilities, especially older vulnerabilities, because the tool is old. So ironically, it's good at identifying vulnerabilities in older software and older servers, or servers using older software, rather. Okay, so we're just going to leave this running, and we're going to go to another tab. Boop, Bo WP. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but welcome to the stream, and let's give you a fun hack the planet, because that's what we do. There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so the most powerful web app fuzzing tool we're going to be, well, actually this is not the most powerful, but this is one we like to use anyways. It's called GoBuster, and this is a tool that we can use to do more serious directory busting. And along with when we're directory busting a particular web server, we can also give a bunch of different file extensions, so we can look for files with those extensions when we're doing our directory busting. So we're going to look for stuff like PHP, HTML, TXT files, zip files, back files, not too sure what else. But let's just look for this stuff first. Okay. The server returns a status code that matches the provided options for non-existing URLs. Okay. So it returns 200 no matter what the endpoint is. So we need to filter on this length right here. So what was that? Was it filter? Was it like this? Okay, I need to look up my cheat sheet. GoBuster, filter, let's see, response size. Okay, let's go look at this GoBuster cheat sheet. Let's look up filter. Is there no filter here? Hold on. DNS mode. Content length, okay. Oh, okay. So people ask me why I use ChatGPT all the time, and the reason I use ChatGPT all the time is because the alternative to using ChatGPT is searching through a bunch of different web pages and trying to find the answer that way. So sometimes the answer is just using GoBuster. How can I filter results based on response size? I understand people's gripes with being overly reliant on ChatGPT, but sometimes it is way easier to use ChatGPT than to search through a bunch of Google results. So we can just use exclude length. Hopefully it's not hallucinating, because that's also a problem. But let's try running GoBuster again. Okay, so exclude length 2899. Okay, so chat.txt, administration.php. So the reason we had to use this filter was because the way this web app is configured, it gives you a code 200 for everything that you give to it. So the only way to determine which are legitimate endpoints and which are not legitimate endpoints is to filter on this response size over here. So we managed to find chat.txt, administration.php, process.php. So we can try to navigate to these pages and figure out what's going on with this web app. So we're just gonna go over to what is this? Okay, 10.0.2.1.1.4 on port 8080. Okay, enter your nickname. Guest, okay. So it seems to be some sort of chatting application. So we need to figure out what we need to do is we need to figure out how to exploit this web app in order to get access to the web server directly, because when we ran our Nmap scan, there was only one port open on the system, which was port 8080. So if we can't exploit the system on the service that is on this port, then we're not getting into the system. And if we don't get into the system, then we're very sad. So let's do our best to try to hack the system through this service over here. So there's chat.txt, administration.php, process.php. So let's try navigating directly to administration.php. Okay, so what is this response here? So you are not allowed to view, your activity has been logged. So apparently, if you don't have proper authorization, you're not allowed to view the stuff on this page. Let's take a look and see if... So how is it determining if I have proper authorization to view the page? So it's probably something like cookies. What we want to do is we want to go over to our web server tools, our web browser tools. So more tools, web developer tools, and we're going to see if we can locate any cookies for this. Simon Dante says if you want a host header like x-forwarded4, cookies could also be the it. So we don't have any cookies. There's no cookies here. So it's maybe Cyber Dante has the correct line of thinking here. We could try giving a custom HTTP header. So in that case, what we need to do is we need to use curl. So we're just gonna grab this, and then we're gonna go to another terminal. We need to use all sorts of terminals to do our hacking here. So we're gonna curl to this thing, and we're gonna give very verbose output because that's how we roll. And we're gonna give a custom header. Let's do what Cyber Dante suggests, and it's x-forwarded 4, and we can give localhost. So 127.0.0.1, and let's see if we get a different result this time. Okay, so maybe that wasn't it. We sent the x-forwarded 4 header, but we did not. Yeah, we just got the same response over here. So what other? Let's take a look at the response headers over here. So we got x powered by. We got this PHP server over here. We got the. We didn't send any other notable HTTP headers. So maybe what we need to do is we need to investigate another endpoint first. So let's try. We've got chat.txt. Maybe we can check this out. We've got the chat app itself. We might be able to exploit the chat app. So let's go over to enter your nickname. Okay, great. Let's go to this chat.txt. Oh, okay. I was actually playing around with this earlier, and this is actually the chat log. So I was trying to see if I could inject special characters. I'm pretty sure there's some sort of command injection on this app, because I'll tell you how I came to this conclusion. So it asked me to enter a nickname, and we can put in guest. We can put in a message, and let's make this a little smaller. And if you take a look at the source code for this page, it references a source that is called chat.js. So there's probably something vulnerable inside this chat.js file here. Let's just put this in another tab. And it says ask user for name with pop-up prompt, and it's going to ask you for your name in the chat application, I guess. Default name is guest. If name does not exist, or if name is equal to empty string, it's going to give you the name guest. It's going to strip tags. So if you've got, I'm guessing this is trying to strip out HTML tags or some other means of doing command injection. So the problem is this is client side. These are client side filters, and client side filters are actually they're pretty easy to get past. All you need to do is you need to intercept the response, I think. Or you have to not include the code that is doing the filtering, and then you can circumvent the filters. You can bypass the filters. So let's see, kickoff chat. All keys including return. if the key length is greater than or equal to 33, I guess they're trying to make sure that whatever you send to the application isn't too long. So let's, I think what we can do is we can start playing around with the application to see if we can break it. And I think we could really benefit from taking a look at the results inside of Burp Suite. So I'm going to start up Burp Suite so that we can start doing some more detailed investigation of this web app. Because in this challenge, the web app is the only thing we have to look at. So let's start up Burp Suite. And inside of Burp Suite over here, so Burp Suite is a very powerful tool for web app enumeration. And all the professionals who do web app testing use Burp Suite. It's almost universal. And it's actually kind of scary because there are no real competitors for Burp Suite in the space. There are some, but they're not very popular. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to go over to the proxy and make sure that intercept is turned off. And then we're going to start up the Burp Suite browser. The Burp Suite browser is connected to Burp, and basically anything that we look at in the Burp Suite browser is going to be recorded by Burp Suite. So we can investigate any requests and responses that the server sends back to us, because it's going to be recorded in Burp Suite, and we can take a look at that info afterwards. So the app lives at HTTP 10.0.2.114 on port 8080. And let's take a look at the chat app, which is at the web root. Enter your game name, guest. Let's just say guest. And then we can start typing some stuff. So it said that it was looking for, I think it was trying to limit message length. I think it was 33 characters. But it looks like we managed to send quite a long string. Let's see if we can string it. We can send even more. Huh. Anyways, let's take a look at Burp Suite and see if it was able to capture something interesting. Actually, let's take a look at, first of all, sorry, I mean before we do that, let's go to the administrator.php page. Oh, how do you spell that? It was administration.php. Okay. So we want to go to okay, so I want to take a closer look at this administration page, and this chat.txt page. I want to take a look at how that request was handled as well. So we're just going to try manually navigating there. Okay, so these are the records. These are TXT files, but these are records of previous chats. Okay, and they're stored in the web root. Interesting. There's this process.php page, which we haven't checked out yet, but let's check it out. Huh? What is this? Is this running code? Simon Dante says, have you looked at chat.js? I saw it in the page source earlier. Yeah. We did take a brief look at that, but we can take a look at it again. Hold on. So enter your nickname. Let's see if we can put in tags, like the bold tag or something, and see if it filters. The shy hat. Okay, so maybe... Is my name bolded? Or did they strip out my my tags? Okay. Looks like it's Halleck or Strip. Yeah, it was probably stripped. I can take a look at the chat.txt. What is it? Chat.txt. Okay, yeah. So the so inside the chat history, that stuff wasn't. Okay. So Simon and Dante, this is right up your alley. This is a web app. This is a web app pen test, basically. So now that we've accessed all this stuff, actually, you wanted to take a look at the chat.js, so we can take a look at it here. So this page in itself is actually pretty interesting, because there's some client-side filters over here, but chat.js it utilizes process.php post. I wonder if we should look for some JSON files, because there are JSON files mentioned here. We should also look for JS files, because this file itself is a JavaScript file. Okay, we've got ads coming in a little bit. When the ads come up, we'll take a little break. But until then, let's run GoBuster again, but look for JS and JSON files. Okay, so it's chat.js, we found that already. We'll just wait for this to run through. But we've recorded all we need to record to start some investigation inside of Burp Suite. So we're just going to minimize the Burp Suite browser, go back to Burp Suite, and inside of Burp Suite, we're going to go to the HTTP history, and let's see what's going on with these requests. So there are a lot of post requests to process. I'm pretty sure that process is handling all of the stuff that's going through the chat app. So we can take a look at this stuff later, or rather, we can look at the process.php stuff later. Let's take a look at administration.php. So we're just going to send this to the repeater. Process.php seems to update the chat function. Yeah, for sure. So let's, so when we send this to administration.php, it says we're not allowed. This is not, we don't get any, anything super surprising over here. Okay, so we've got ads running on Twitch, so let's take a little break and look at some birds. And man, how about this one? I'm not sure what happens in this one, but there's a stellar jay. There you go. I'm going to take a little drink. Just a second. Got another 40 seconds of ads to go. Let's see what else. Oh, there's a little sparrow. So mostly, the most common bird these days is sparrows. I don't see too many other birds aside from sparrows and dark-eyed juncos. If you're wondering what a dark-eyed junco is, let me. So this little bird right here with the black head and the dark eyes. This is the dark-eyed junco. They're little brown birds. I think in the birding world, all the little brown birds, of which there are many, I think the English like to call them little brown jobs or something like that, which is basically little brown birds. What else do we got going here? Okay, our ads are done already. Okay, let's go back. Simon Dante says, when ads are over, you can try response manipulation on administration.php. I'm thinking it might be a client-side defense. If you get administration.php with interceptor on, then you can intercept the response and change 403 to 200. Boop, wop, wop, cute birds. Thank you very much. I love my birds, and I feed the birds every day to keep them coming around. But apparently, feeding the birds can occasionally attract some other unwanted animals, like little mice that sneak into your house. Hopefully, that mouse is not still around, because I don't want to hunt it down and kill it, because I'd rather not do that. Okay, so let's try accessing administration.php with the intercept on. So what are we going to do? We're going to turn intercept on, first of all, which is something we don't do unless we absolutely have to. Intercept is... Okay, so it's administration.php, right? Okay, I'm going to get ready to access the page. I'm going to go here, I'm going to turn intercept on, and then in the page I'm going to access administration.php. Okay, so we've got this administration.php intercepted here. So Cybernerd Dante says that we need to intercept the response and change 403 to 200. So over here, we've got our request. So we're going to forward it. Right-click and choose Intercept Response to this request. Oh, I've never done this before. That's interesting. So... here? Wait. Where do we click on intercept response to this request on the request body? Okay. Let's see. Where's that button? Do intercept response to this request. Okay, I think that's it. Click on that. And then there's a request to process.php, a post request. Oh, no worries, no worries. As long as I get there eventually, it's fine. Post request to process.php. And what is in here? So, function update and state 23. Function update state 23. So we might be able to manipulate these the state number, and if we can find a valid state number, we might be able to brute force a correct response. Maybe command injection on one of those parameters. Maybe. Yeah. So we're gonna send this to the repeater. And we're going to forward, I guess we're going to intercept the response to this request and see what happens. Well, I guess there's no response to this request. Anyways, we're going to forward all this stuff and then take a look at HTTP history. So at the very bottom here, we should see what's happening. Okay, so the original response here was 200 OK. State 24, text something something. The activity has been logged, you're not allowed to view. Okay, the request was this. Alright, let's go over to our repeater. Function update 23 and state 23. Okay, so this is the burp repeater, and we can manipulate our requests and replay them as many times as we want. So we're going to send this one over here, the response is it just gives us this. It just gives us to 200 OK. I guess that we need to find a state that is that'll give us access. So what if we do state? Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure we can't test this here. State 22. This still says state 24. Okay. What if we do state 21? This is different. This is retrieving some sort of... Is this retrieving a message? Okay, let's try state 20. This is... I'm not too sure what these states are modifying, or are these instructions to retrieve specific resources? The states of the previous messages, right. Let's go back to state 1. Oh, okay. This is the history. So the lower the state, the further back in the history we go. I'm pretty sure there are more functions aside from update. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the HTTP history. So over at the proxy history, we're going to take a look at all of the different things that are being posted to process.php. So we're going to take a look at what is being posted to get state. Okay. So functions like get state, update, 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 state 17, state 23, 22, 22, function update. There's a lot of these. These are all doing state 22. So this is an easy box on the website, by the way. What is this? Oh, this is when you send a message. So function send, message is going to be all this stuff. Nickname is going to be... So I think we might be able to get code injection by replaying something from the post to the process. We might be able to inject into the nickname parameter, or the message parameter, or the function parameter. So we should probably set up some sort of reverse shell listener. The states are in your previous messages, maybe. Yeah, maybe. So first of all, I'm going to set up a reverse shell listener. Pebble says, I would fuzz the function parameter, and maybe something stupid like exec. Could be. Anyways, I'm going to set up my netcat listener just in case we're able to get code execution. So because we know we're working inside of a CTF environment, and CTF environments are meant to be solvable. Also because there's only one port open on the system, and it has the web app. We know that there's some sort of we're going to have to hack the web app to get reverse shell access to the system. So my guess is that we're going to we're going to end up doing command injection in one of these parameters to get code injection. So let's try. Let's send this to the repeater. And I was frustrated by a box yesterday, and the box yesterday had what was it called? It had blind OS injection on the box. So I would actually test for OS injection, but because it was blind, it wouldn't show up in the app, and I just assumed that that the OS injection wasn't going through. So this time I'm going to be smart, and I'm going to test for blind OS injection a little bit later. But in order to do so, we have to set up TCP dump on our box. So let's do that. So let's do sudo TCP dump like this. Let's see. 700 Dante says, yeah, always test that ping or sleep with command injection. Yeah. I guess you don't necessarily have to use ping. You could use sleep and just make it sleep for 10 seconds, and if it's consistent, then it's working. But let's take a look at Burp Suite. So maybe we can do. Where are we? We're in the repeater. We can't. Surely we can manipulate this stuff, right? Okay. So let's do. Nickname equals. Oh, how do we even do this? So we actually don't see the. Do we see the response to this? We do see the response to this. So we could send this, and in the response, it just gives us this, right? So maybe we could try to ping our machine, or maybe we could sleep. What is the sleep command in Linux? Sleep number, okay. So it's just, if we do sleep 10, then it waits for 10 seconds before it comes back to us. But hey, Pebble, thank you very much for showing up to the stream. Let's give you a fun video redeem. Hey, how about that Nyan Cat? There you go. Okay, so let's something like this. Okay, send that. That came back immediately. So obviously that's not it. Let's see. So what else could we try? I have a sneaking suspicion that it's the nickname parameter that's vulnerable, because they took precautions in the code to make sure that there were no special characters in the nickname when you registered for this chat app. So maybe it could be something PHP related, but this is going to process.php, so maybe we could do some sort of PHP injection. So what are some payloads? Let's see, PHP. Try all the Cyber Dante says try all the escape characters. Let's see. Pipe and even. Okay, well, let me let me copy this this message from chat and put it into Burp Suite. Command injection payload list. Okay. So over here, send this. It gives us the same response. Oh wait, you know what? Maybe we should be looking at the update state, and because that is also being processed by process.php. Let's go back to HTTP history and let's look at some of the more update state 24. So let's send this over to the repeater as well. And let's send this. Hello, hello. Who am I? Okay, we sent that stuff. We sent this. I don't think this is being interpreted. We go back to state 22. Sleep 10, who am I? Okay, so okay, so I think what we need to do is we need to inject when we post. When we post, we need to include some payload injections. So some injection payloads, and then go back to here to retrieve the history, and then it's going to be run by the process.php page. So we should probably look for some sort of PHP commands to run. So over here in the nickname field, we can inject our payloads. Param equals value sleep 10. Oh, okay. So maybe we could do something like sleep 10. Send that, and then maybe we can send it with the hash afterwards. Then maybe we can, and then we can use the and. So each time the response is always this. We never get we never get an error response. Maybe we can send the or sleep 10. Yeah. Okay, so let's go over to the other tab and let's send this. So this could be blind, so that's why it could want a valid nickname first. Well, okay, it could. Let's go back. So if we send this, and then we go over to our other tab. Okay, so let's try sending some pings. Maybe we can get if we can get this thing to ping our machine, then that's a big win. So we've got our listener on TCP dump. So we would want to craft a string like ping C4 and our IP address, which is this. And maybe we need to URL encode this, not sure. Which would be something like this. And go back to Burp Suite. Let's go back to where we post. So the message, we're just going to do the message equals hack. Okay, let's see. So we've got our legitimate name, quote unquote, and we're going to send our malicious payload here. Send it. We can try it with a couple of different payload injection characters here. Let's see if any of these work. Go back. Here. Okay, so we sent it. Let's see if we got any response. So we haven't received any pings. So those pings aren't going through, which means our command injection isn't going through. Okay. So we've got our command injection payload list over here. OS command injection, remediate. Yeah, okay, that's great. So we've got the semicolon. We got the slash. We've got, oh, you know what? We might have to do URL encoding because there was some URL encoding. There was some URL encoding in the payload in the post. Maybe we need to URL encode all this stuff. So let's grab this. Oops. I think you can URL encode directly inside of Burp Suite. So yeah. So I think you can just do URL encoding. Wait, where do we do that? HTML encoding. Is it select the text and then... Wait, do we select the text and then... Or you can select URL encode as you type. Convert selection, okay. URL encode all characters. Okay. Alright, alright. So, oh, there's also a keyboard shortcut. Great. Thank you very much, Cybernerd Dante. Let's send this. The response is the same all the time. So let's... So I think it was this was decoded when we get the response over here. This is still not received anything. Okay, so aside from this, is there any other endpoint we want to try attacking? Or should I try to do some automated stuff and see if Well, let's check out this page and see if we can get some other ideas. Okay, we could try using this inside a variable as well. Dante, you could try manually adding a cookie to the administration.php endpoint, something like admin equals true in your browser, and then visit administration.php. So we could do that from over here. Administration.php here. We can just add this thing to our browser. Web developer tools, cookies. I think we can add a cookie here. Okay, admin equals 1. Admin equals true with a like this. Okay, so this isn't. What other values could we try? We could try the cookie with a lowercase letter. We could try true with lowercase letters. We could do 1. Yeah, okay. Well, we can say we tried. Okay, so what else do we have here? Well, nothing. You don't find out unless you try something, right? So that's why there are security testers in the first place. Oh wait, we've got a refer header. We've got an origin header as well. So maybe we can send the origin or the refer header with the we could try this. So let me copy this. And then maybe we could try something like we can try curl. And those custom headers are okay, let's see if something different happens if we include these two headers. So the origin header and the refer header. You're not allowed to view? Okay. Let's try changing origin refer to home. Okay, same thing. Maybe we can omit the www. Sorry, omit the HTTP. Okay, doesn't make too much difference. Got another hour to work on this before I have to give in and go to eat dinner. But we'll try our best. Okay, so maybe what we can do is we can try wfuzz, and then we can get the payload injection list and just try fuzzing it and see if we can get something of a different result. So let's save this so we can. What was it? Copy to file, right? Copy to file, temp directory. Call this request. We're gonna call this process post.txt. Okay. And then we can go over to we got this other stuff in here. I'm tempted to do some house cleaning right now, but maybe not right now. So process post.txt. Let's nano into that. Okay. So we could potentially use FFUF with this file, and so we could try fuzzing. How about test? And we can try fuzzing into this point right here. Okay. After that, save out the file, and then we can run FFUF. Actually, wait, we use request, and this is going to be process post. So the word list there must be a word list that is built into Kali Linux, right? So let's locate that word list. So let's just say seclist, and let's look for injection, command injection. Okay, let's see what's in this list here. It's a lot of stuff. So for some reason, I don't think any of these requests are going to give us a different response from the server. It's just going to process it, unless one of these payloads is going to break the server. I'm not sure. So let's use this as the word list. And we're just gonna put the word list over here. Okay, we need to figure out we need to filter on the size. Oh, actually, we need to filter on the status, right? Well, I guess if it gives us a different status, the size is also going to be different as well. But let's filter on the size 2. Those are payloads from a tool called comics. The comics tool then searches for the text that the command injection should output. It will be hard to know what to filter for. Oh, well, I mean, I didn't know that. Thank you for the heads up. Let's see if we can get another list then. Maybe we can get the one from payload all the things over here. Yeah, okay. So this is payload. Is this payload all the things? This is called payload box. Anyways. Maybe I can just copy this. Okay, so this is a lot of different payloads we could try. Actually, there are not as many as I thought there'd be, but we can start with this. Okay, so now that we've got our payloads, it's called payloads.txt. Let's go and Simon says, nice, most of them are ID commands, so you can filter for UID equals. Okay, so it sent all of them. All these were sent out. We just need to go into Burp Suite, and then we can search for the history. Okay, so we sent all this stuff here. I guess we can search inside of here, right? UID? No matches. ID? No matches for ID either. So there might not be any okay, so let's go back. So what is in these payloads? Let me take a closer look at the payloads. Echo vulnerable, sleep, bunch of this stuff, download this stuff, cat, etc. password. Okay, I didn't see any of that stuff. Ping. Maybe we should edit these commands so that we're pinging to our device instead of pinging to localhost. Let's edit this a little bit. Okay, so let's give our IP address. Let's copy our IP address and copy paste. Why is this music so ominous? Okay, okay. Let's send that. Let's send that again. Okay, then take a look. So we're still listening over here. This shouldn't trigger until we look at it in Burp Suite. So in Burp Suite, we're going to go back to that request. We're going to send it. And in the response, MD Shamir, hello, how are you doing, brother? What's up? What's up? Have a free Hack the Planet on me.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in the...
Okay, so we haven't been able to identify a command injection here yet. But we don't give up. Let's take a look at chat.txt. Look at all this stuff that's appeared in the chat. Huh. Wait. Let me take a closer look at this and see if any of this has been interpreted. So is this? I wonder what the name of this page is. Is this page like chat.php? No. Is this? This is not chat.js. Is it index.php? This is index.php. Okay. Okay. So there was the chat.txt file here. We've got a lot of stuff here. Just gotta keep hacking. Oh, the intercept is on. Let's turn the intercept off. So it's been intercepting all this stuff. Wait. Could this have been... Could the intercept being on have prevented stuff from happening, maybe? Let's go back to the repeater. This is the web browser. We still haven't gotten any pings on our TCP dump listener. Samurai Dante says maybe there's another function other than update. There are a few functions, but there's a send. Let's catalog a little bit. So in the web app, there's an update function. There's a send function. And what are the other functions? There's an update function. And there's a send function that we this is update as well. No, this one here. This is the send function. There's an update function, there's a send function. I'm not too sure whether other functions exist. The only thing we get back from the process.php endpoint is this. Requested with XML HTTP request. Could there be some sort of XML external entities going on here? So in order to do XML external entities, you have to identify an XML file that is being... Maybe let's search for XML files. So where were we? Is this where we did their GoBuster? GoBuster, yeah. GoBuster was here. Let's look for XML files. Okay, that's running. Because it says it was requested with XML HTTP request. What is... What is the significance of this? Being used with a chat app. Okay, so particularly in web application scenarios like chat apps, where it is used to differentiate between regular browser requests and AJAX, asynchronous JavaScript XML requests. Okay, so AJAX requests, usage in chat apps, where real-time data exchange is crucial. Some servers use X-requested with header to mitigate cross-site request forgery CSRF attacks. Deprecation and fetch API. So JavaScript function in the chat app may send an AJAX request like this. We should probably look at this inside of we have access to a couple of some code, right? XML HTTP request. And we can go back to the website. And we can look for this in the code. Okay, so it's not here. Maybe it's in the chat.js. It's not in the chat.js either. Process.php, it sends a post request. Function send, message, nickname, file. Data type is JSON, so it sends JSON data. We looked for JSON data, we most recently looked for XML files. We weren't able to find any XML files. Simon Dante says, if all else fails, sending that post request to process .php with the function fuzz to try to fuzz for other actions might help. Okay. Well, we've got the request. So let's make a copy. Copy process post.txt. Okay, so we'll change function to fuzz. Okay, save the modified buffer, great. And so I guess there was parameter names. We can try this parameter names again. Yep, got it. Okay, so let's see what happens here. We're looking for filtering on file size 2. Okay, right. We actually know about this one. We know about update. And update gives us the current log, so it's quite big. So what was it? We know there's a send function, and then there's an update function. There might be other ones that are valid, but it's not gonna send us a different size, because the size is always going to be 2. Apparently, the status is the status always going to be 200? How in FFUF? How do you filter on status? FFUF filter status FC number. Okay. Thank you very much for the assist. FC filter on status 200. Okay, so if only we could identify which payload is going to work. You could do MC to match all responses in case there are other weird responses. So it'll be MC 200? What does it match? MC all. So let's try grepping out. Grepping out status 200. Actually, we can probably just grep out 200 and that'll be okay. So everything's 200. Yeah. If we grep out by file size 2, then nothing shows up. Nothing shows up in that case either. Cipher update. I guess we could also grep on. We could also get duration. So we can grep out 16 milliseconds. Okay, so these are all kind of these responses are all over the place. So there's no real point unless there's something that that is very, very short or very, very long. Ads are coming up in just a little bit. Okay, I'm not gonna. Yeah, well, you know, I'm learning a lot by doing these hackmyvm.eu boxes. They've been consistently difficult for me. It says this admin is very careless. This admin is very careless. So, in what way is the admin careless? Is it because they coded an insecure app? The ads are coming up. Okay, so everybody, we've got more ads coming up on Twitch. It's going to be a good opportunity to take a little break. Let's just preempt the break and just stare at some birds for a little bit. I need to take a sip of water. Enjoy the birds. Let's see, where are the birds? When do they show up? Here we go. Okay. Just need to take a little sip of water. Excuse me. Okay, we've got our ads running. What was that bird? Oh, it's just a little chickadee. What other fun birds do we have got in here? Okay, so this is I think that's a house finch. Sometimes, most of the time, birds show up and then they eat and then they leave. Sometimes they hang around, and it's fun to watch them just, you know, just kind of chill out. Maybe, maybe the piece of watching the birds will help us will help us hack. Oh, there we go. That's a northern flicker woodpecker. So I deliberately put these clips here, but I sometimes forget what's actually in the clips. So these woodpeckers are notoriously shy. So if you even get kind of close to one of these woodpeckers, they usually fly away. You'll notice that it's got the really long tongue, which it's using to get at the different seeds in here. And oh, that's the break. That's the break. Let's put the birds away. Okay, so the admin is very careless. It's not super encouraging that it took 4 days for people to get the first root on this machine. It means it's tricky. So it's very unlikely we're going to be able to do this in record time. But let's keep on hacking. The admin is very careless. How are they careless? We've got another 30 minutes to hack on this machine before I have to raise the white flag. So people have been able to get user on this machine, but not elevate themselves to root. Admin's very careless. So is it possible that the nickname parameter isn't vulnerable, but it could be something like the message or the function? No, the function has to be send. The message, they weren't trying. The reason why I'm targeting the nickname is because they were trying to protect the nickname. They were trying to protect the nickname with the client side code. So over here, this is chat.js. Let's take a closer look at the code over here. I'm not a coder. I don't work with JavaScript on a regular basis, but maybe if I look closely at this data, something's going to jump out at me. Process.php function getState. Right, getState is one of the functions. Function data state equals data.state, instance equals false. Process.php update getState update send. So we know that there's a getState, there's an update and a send function. What happens if we try getState as the function? Not that it's going to be all that, I don't expect it to be all that different. GetState, send that. State 98. What is state 98? So we can do update. When we send update, it gives us the chat history over here. Get state 98. So maybe we can inject into JSON, because this accepts. I think it accepts post data in the form of JSON data. But let's take another look at the application code. Function update, process.php. Function send, message equals message, nickname equals file. So I haven't seen this in the post request. We never sent a file. Do we send a file to the web application? Okay. Go back. So send message, send function message nickname. How about sending file? But what would we send? What does it accept when we send a file? Let's just send test and see what happens. Okay, so over here, update state 22. Send this. What? Wait, did this host a file with Python simple server and see if it makes a request to your server? So file equals okay. I mean that's one more thing we can do. Let's make a file. Echo test.txt. I don't know if we would call this remote file inclusion. Anyways, let's okay, so let's double check that this thing exists. Okay. Then do Python m HTTP server on port 80. What is it looking for here? Okay, back to Burp Suite. In Burp Suite, maybe file will be it's a long shot, but send this off. Okay, this thing doesn't give us any real indication. Here, update 20, state 24, I think. Let's try this. IP address was incorrect. Let me take a look. 10.02.88. So I do believe while we're talking about my IP address is this 10.02.88. Let me double check one more time. Yeah, this is my IP address. Let's see, I saw the 80 and I thought you forgot the 80. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Okay, so we've got all these listeners, but nothing is calling us. I feel very unpopular right now. Actually, I don't think this goes through. If we use the file parameter here, I don't think the message is going through. If we don't include the message parameter here, and let's make our nickname something else. Let's make our nickname that. And then we send it, and then we go over here. Yeah, it looks like our requests aren't going through anymore. Because over here, it's not. Actually, wait. Let's get state 94 or 92. Okay, yeah, so let's do state 1. Yeah, this stuff isn't going through anymore. That's never. Cyberner Dante says, maybe the lazy administrator left something interesting in the SSL certificate. That's the last thing I can think of here. Yeah, we could check. I need to figure out why our post requests aren't going through anymore. It could be because we needed to send some special characters with them. Let's go back. I think we need to send some special characters with our request over here. Okay, let's potato. Okay, send this. And let's see if we can see this in the output here. Let's look for the word potato. Yeah, our post requests aren't going through anymore. SSL certificate. So this isn't an HTTPS site. So there's no SSL certificate? This is all HTTP. Thank you very much for following, Orcs. Thank you very much. You are now a HackerFrog. Let's give you a fun video redeem. This one is Nyancat. There you go. Okay, so let's see. Function, file. Update. So let's take a look at each instance of function inside the single quotes. Function send, function get state, function update, function send. So these should be the only legitimate functions in the application. So this was the chat.js. Let's take a look at the code from this isn't recording our post requests anymore. Let's do another post request, just to make sure it's still working. Let's see. Our nickname will be HackerFrogs. Our message will be like and subscribe to the channel. Yeah. This doesn't show up. It doesn't update. Did I knock over the server? Is it down? If we go over to chat.txt, this stuff isn't being recorded anymore. Cyber Dante says, "Gotta go. Catch you next time." Well, thank you very much for sticking around, Cyber Dante. Let's take you out with Hack the Planet, and have a great evening.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Much appreciate your insight over here as a web app security person. Okay, so I think the web app is just not responding anymore. So if None of the stuff we're doing is affecting the app. We might as well turn the thing off and on again, right? This is index.php. Let's have our nickname be let's have our nickname be this. Yeah, the app doesn't work anymore, so we can't get anything. I think the server broke when we fuzzed it over here. So we're gonna reset the machine. So this machine over here, we're just gonna reset it. Power off the machine and then power it back on. So insomnia, so the word insomnia means not being able to sleep. So the machine can't sleep, and the name of the chat app is called the Insomnia chat app, right? So let's go back to the web page. This is chat.txt. This is Insomnia chat. Nickname, let's do Apple. Hello. Yeah, the app isn't responsive anymore. Is it because yeah, it's not going anymore. I wonder why. We can access the page. We can decide our nickname, but we can't get any response from the chat app anymore. Chat.js. Ask for a username with the pop-up prompt. Name equals prompt. Strip tags. So if there are any of these forbidden characters in here, it's going to ignore them. Display the name on the page. Kickoff chat, new chat function. Chat.getState. What is this all about? Let me ask ChatGPT what the heck is going on with this stuff. What is happening in this JavaScript snippet? Okay, part of a chat application's front-end logic. Here's a detailed breakdown. Creating a chat object, okay. New instance of chat class is created. Initializing the function. Document ready, ensuring the code executes after the DOM is fully loaded. Chat.getState. Initializes or fetches the current state of the chat, such as retrieving existing messages. Setting up a connection with the server. Handling key down events in the sendy text area. The sendee element is the text input area where users type messages, restricts input to maximum allowed length specified by max length attribute, the sendee element. The text key presses key down event. If the pressed key corresponds to any printable character, to a printable character, check the current input length against the max length. Prevent further input if the maximum length is reached. Okay. Sendee element handles the sending the message when the enter key is pressed. Retrieves the index, input length, and text in its length. Okay. Prevents users from typing messages longer than the maximum length during input. Okay. Enforces the maximum length on message submission. Okay. So, I want to ask if there's any... a Cloud Ninja says wave. Hello, a Cloud Ninja. Nice to see you here. We're just hitting our head against a web application right now. Let's give you a... Ooh, what haven't we not done well? How about the woodpecker? This is the northern flicker woodpecker. It's one of my favorites. Okay, so yeah, we're dealing with the a supposedly insecure chat app, and if you wanted to take a look at what machine this is the Insomnia machine from hackmyvm.eu. The link is over here, and haven't been able to figure out what is going on with this particular chat app. CloudSec Ninja, do you have any experience with web dev? Because if you do, you might be able to help us with our little chat app over here. But it looks like the chat app has is broken now, because I can't send anything new to the chat app. CloudSec Ninja says, not really a pen tester in general, but now I'm on the CloudSec security things with AppSec in pipelines that automate scans like that. I just tell folks how crap their code is and how to fix it. Here to learn. I lead a CloudSec engineering team, so yeah, okay. Just I'm a few minutes away from quitting this challenge right here, because we've been hitting our head against this for about 2 hours. But yeah, we got this chat app. We've been monitoring different responses and requests that have been moving back and forth. There's this funny administration. Maybe the point is the administration portal. Okay, so we've got this one administration portal in the app. It's at administration.php, I think. It says you're not allowed to view, your activity has been logged. So we're trying to figure out exactly what the mechanism is that lets us access this page. So I'd go for defaults, admin, index, login, and other default logins. Do you see a folder structure? So everything, I haven't been able to find any subfolders in this application. Everything is on the in the web root. So every page, everything, it's all in the same folder. I'm trying to figure out what what I could send to this page to potentially get further access. There are no cookies on this page. I tried sending some HTTP headers. Those didn't work either. Can you change that to false in the URL? Does it do anything? Well, I added this myself, so originally there was nothing here. I guess I could try seeing what exactly is going on when I access this page. So we've got our Burp Suite browser here. Let's turn intercept on. Proxy intercept on. Let's try accessing admin.php again. We've got a request to administration.php. Okay, so it sends... I'm going to... What are we sending with this? Upgrade secure requests, user agent, accept encoding, accept language. We're going to do intercept response to this request. And then we forward this. We're going to forward this one. Try and follow the URLs you give it each time. Yeah, okay. Anything in the inspect page, it's got to give some sort of response to display anything. Okay. So let's forward this. So we're getting a response from administration.php. So this is the response we got. It's 200. It says you're not allowed to view. So I guess we can't do anything here. We also have these periodic requests to the process.php page. These are all post requests, and I think it's to update the state of the chat app. Let's see. Word 404, you would expect. We'll be right back. 1 second. Sorry. No worries. Let me just have a little sip of water. Might help me think. Oh, we've got ads going on right now on Twitch. Here you go, have some birds. Shake the peanuts. Shake the peanuts. Okay, so ads should be over now. So, I love these birds. Okay. So that was the response. There was nothing we could intercept there, really. So this is the direction. This was the response. We couldn't. I really want to know what is preventing us from logging in here, or what is preventing us from legitimately accessing this page. You know what? I'm gonna send this request to the repeater, and then I'm gonna try adding a few different headers. So. Maybe we could send something like the XOR forwarded 4 header. And let's just make this is there an error screen or anything of value on what it is sending you that error? Okay, I can show you. So we're just going to send this. The response to this is they're all 200 OK. Everything the application sends is always 200 OK. But it says you're not allowed to view your activity has been logged. If we render it, it looks like this. Not very fancy. So X forwarded 4, I guess we could do the refer header. And I guess we could do something like this. Okay, same thing. And what other header could we send to I guess origin? The origin header? Same thing? Okay. What are some other headers we could send? There is a admin page we want to access, but it says we are not authorized. What are some HTTP headers we can include to convince it that we are accessing it legitimate? How do you spell legitimate? Legitimately. Okay, so authentication headers, authorization basic. So we haven't seen any cookies. So we probably are not going to get anywhere with these kind of headers. Refer spoofing, refer, something like this. Okay. User agent manipulation. So certain pages may restrict access based on the type of client making the request. X requested with, often used to identify AJAX requests. Well, we could try this. Couldn't hurt. Paste this in, okay. Send it off. Nope. Host header. Host. If the server relies on the host header for access control, you can manipulate. So host is equal to... Do we have a host header in here? Yeah, we do have a host header. Okay. Can we change the host to that? It doesn't make a difference. Cookie header, okay, so we notice that there are no cookies. Custom headers X forwarded 4. We have this one in place. X origin URL. X forwarded proto may be used in reverse proxy setups. Content type accept headers. Okay, so let's see. Testing tools. All right, so I think we've we've kind of run out of time. Let's see if there are any cool cybersecurity streaming people. Hack Smarter's on. Hey, I need to get dinner soon, so we need to hop off. But Hack Smarter is on Twitch right now. Let's take a look at what Hack Smarter is up to right now. Hack Smarter is a great cybersecurity education streamer, and let's see what they're up to. So it says Friday night hacking and AMA. They went online 20 minutes ago. All right. Okay, so we're going to raid into Hack Smarter's channel. When you arrive there, if you could please give the raid message OS frog hip hop hack OS frog like this. I would really appreciate it. Yeah, let's raid into Hack Smarter's channel. But before we go, let's see, what day is it today? It's Friday today. Everybody, TGIF. I hope everybody has a great weekend. We'll be back on Monday with more great hacking content and more education stuff. But hopefully you will see one of my streams too. Yeah, Cloud Ninja. Let's shout you out. Shout out a Cloud Ninja. So go ahead and let me. Maybe I can take a look at. How often do you stream, Cloud Ninja? Let us know. Not very much. Okay. And yeah, so when you get to Hack Smarter's channel, please type OS Frog Hip Hop Hack OS Frog. But before we go, let's redeem one last Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, the raid will be going out in about 10 seconds or so. Thank you very much for everybody for watching. And thank you very much for being part of the HackerFrogs crew. And we will see you next time. Have a great weekend. And yeah, see you later.